What's happening? It's Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. Tanner, Drew, and Laura, we are live. Ow! Yeah. Man, just to show you how bad allergies get for some people, like, I didn't have allergies growing up. I didn't have allergies in my 20s, really. It was like in my late 20s when they started to develop.
Yeah, same.
And, like, they've gotten so bad now. So, last couple of days, like, Sunday, Monday, and yesterday, my eyes were just watering a lot. And I was like, I got my car on Monday on the way home, and it's like I had to pull over for a second because I was like crying.
Yeah, you've got that spring thing.
Yeah, I couldn't even keep my eyes up, and they were just watering so bad. I'm like, what's going on right now? Yesterday, after the show, I'm in the studio, and I'm like, I smell grass. I smell wet grass. Why the hell do I smell wet grass? On Saturday, I took Cooper to the park, and I walked, and the grass was all wet, and I walked, and I looked down, and I realized that my shoes are all covered in just like grass clippings.
Are you allergic to grass?
I think so.
Well,
I didn't know that.
Makes sense.
We're all allergic to grass a little bit or a lot of it. It's, you lay in grass and you take grass and you rub it on anyone's arm long enough, it's going to irritate
Yeah,
you.
but not enough where, like, if you just smell it, you start crying.
But what I think Tanner needs to do, and it's kind of like, when you're at a certain age and you realize, oh no, I'm going to have to take Prilosec to deal with acid in my body.
Yeah.
For the last 10 years, I have had to do that with allergy medicine. Now, that exact thing was happening to me. I think you need to be on a daily dinghy.
I might need to. It was so bad I had to throw those shoes away and get new shoes because I would get in the car and it was just sitting there.
It's a good thing you had 37 unworn pairs of Vans.
Anyone else, that would have been a terrible idea, but you have so many shoes.
Just grabbed another pair. That's exactly what happened. You wouldn't even notice unless I told you.
Yeah.
But it's really bad.
That's crazy.
It's really bad and like
well,
I'm itchy, you know what I mean? And it's just it's really frustrating. So
I hate to tell you, but it's time for you to medicate.
yeah, that's what. That's the sign you're getting old is when you just have to just medicate for simple
Good
things.
thing Drew has a whole pharmacy in here.
It's actually running a little dry. I got to refill it. You hear how empty that is?
Yeah. Only got a few left.
But I'll get you.
So if you're suffering from allergies, I feel you. Godspeed on your journey today because we're in one of the worst areas for allergies.
I got a whole thing about allergies and why it's men's fault.
Why is it what?
Oh, that's impressive.
How could it be our fault?
Yeah, it's not human men. It's male trees. Too many of them have been planted and not enough females, so the pollen goes everywhere, but there are no female trees to like catch the pollen. So
Always
it just
leave it up to
goes
Laura
out
to
in-
find the reason
I'm just
man's
saying,
at fault.
it's a fact.
Well, here's a fact. We are down the road from the grass seed capital of the world. So I don't care if it's males, females, whatever. It's tickling your tingy.
It's bad. All right, coming up later on this morning, we'll get you tickets to the Blazers when they take what?
Yes.
The wiggity wiggity Warriors.
Blazers are going to be playing the Warriors on Friday night. We've got tickets to the show or the game or whatever it is at 7:30 this morning. We're also going to talk to Andrea Damewood. She is a food critic for the Portland Mercury, very prestigious publication.
Yes.
And she's going to be on the show later on this morning to talk about our Beat Our Meat competition.
Nice.
The steak cook-off between Drew and Casey that's going down this Friday morning, which is getting intense.
Yeah, it's really coming down to it. It's getting down to like itemizing a list.
Right.
Because you've got to have all these little things. Like you get up there and you don't have one ingredient or you don't have something like I woke up this morning thinking about, oh my God, I need my knife. Like I need to have my knife wrapped in something and put in a bag because you show up and you don't have your blade. How are you going to serve the perfect steak?
Got to make sure you got everything. But we'll talk to her later on today and get more info on the big event. In the meantime,
let's get it on. And now the big story.
This is where we go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. Who wants to go first?
I could go. Hollywood is giddy. The big story is that Minecraft is kicking off the spring to summer blockbuster season in grand effect. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed that Minecraft, the movie, has been everywhere. Even at a McDonald's, I stopped on a road trip over the weekend, and we got a giant, like, squared-out Minecraft fry. I'm like, more of that. Let's go square box all the time, but they did crush $163 million at the box office, and it's just the beginning. This first one I don't know. Thunderbolts, is that?
It's a Marvel movie.
Okay, you got Thunderbolts coming out, Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, that live-action Lilo and Stitch, Jurassic World Rebirth and Fantastic Four First Steps coming out, it's going to bing, bing, bing. They're hoping that this is going to be back to a little bit of the old normal, but who knows if all those are going to hit.
Yes, we will see. Speaking of money, Bill Gates recently revealed that his 3 children will inherit less than 1% of his wealth. He says, this is not a dynasty. I'm not asking them to run Microsoft. And he said giving them a ton of cash wouldn't be a favor to them. He says he wants to give them a chance to have their own earnings and success. 1% of $101.2 billion is still $1 billion. So these kids, they're going to be fine. Bill Gates, dad, not going to be giving them, his whole thing. But
I bet it's a burden.
They're still going to be okay
Plenty
with
of
their
cash.
$1 billion.
Yeah, it's probably a burden if you have 100 billion. 1 billion, you can kind of fall into the ether.
You can manage.
I think the big story of the day is your taxes. They're coming up. They're due on April 15th this year. And many Americans think that the amount that they pay for federal income taxes is unfair. A recent poll from Gallup found 50% of surveyed adults remain unhappy with their income tax rates.
Of course.
The poll also shows that most believe corporations and wealthy people don't pay enough. Yeah, you think? Gallup analyst said that the decline in perceived fairness is likely tied with inflation.
Yeah, the tax on the middle class is as bad as it's ever been.
I think if I knew exactly, wouldn't that be a trip? If you could see an itemized list of everywhere your tax dollar goes.
Oh,
It's this went here, this went there.
You know why that's crazy?
man, what a ride.
Because you're making sense.
Right, yeah.
And they're like, oh, well, we spent about 1 million people's worth on rocket fuel or jet fuel or, all kinds of ridiculous.
Cool.
Just to shoot around the sky.
Yeah.
So there you go. It's like every once in a while, we'll, if we do good in the ratings and stuff, we'll get a special little something, something.
What, do they take 40% of that?
40%.
And that's not an
Nice.
exaggeration at all. And they're not
40% of that bonus check is taken.
and they're doing that to every bonus in America.
That's crazy. That's robbery.
It's out of control.
All right, if we
and
go down this rabbit hole, we're gonna get
I will say
super
this
hot.
though: my dad is British, and I will still say we fought to get away from England so we wouldn't get taxed too much.
Yeah.
Here we go, baby.
What is happening?
Yeah, we're fine now.
98197. That's our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break, or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
So people take Ubers. I like to take them when I've been drinking. So I don't have to-
Vacations, I love them.
Right, vacations. Like when I just went to Disneyland, I don't worry about a taxi. I just call an Uber real fast, and it's really nice. So people leave things in Ubers all the time. I've never personally left anything in an Uber.
I left a 6-pack of beer once that I was taking to a party. And I was like, hey guys, can I drink some of yours? Because I left mine in my ride.
But there's an Uber driver out there like, score.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, you're hoping they don't contact you and you just get to crush those.
Well, Uber released its 2025 list of lost and found items,
Yeah.
and there are a lot of bizarre things that have been left in Uber rides over
bet.
over last year, such as a mannequin head with human hair. You know,
Ew.
but that was probably for haircut training.
Probably some esthetician.
Yeah.
That makes sense. At first, I was just like, someone's getting super weird, but
Right.
yeah, that does make sense.
Someone left a live turtle in an Uber.
Oh, no.
And this is really important, a 5-gallon bucket of beans.
Is it like, I'm so done with this? I don't know why the beans, does that go with a turtle? Do they don't eat beans?
No, I
do
don't
they?
think that was
It's
related.
just all
What kind of beans we talking? Are these like, are they cooked already or are they raw?
I know my guess is they went to Costco or something.
Oh.
Got a big old 5. You can't
How
have
do
enough
you
beans.
forget your 5-gallon bucket of beans?
because that's heavy. That's a lot of
Yeah.
beans.
Commonly forgotten items like phones and keys were also reported, with
Yeah.
New York City being deemed the most forgetful city.
Now, losing your phone in the Uber's the worst because that's the way you call them back.
Right.
You're
Yeah.
just done.
Yeah, what do you do if you, I mean,
I have
I
no
don't know what you
idea.
do.
I don't know.
It seems
I guess
like
you
the
just hope
perfect-
that the Uber driver remembers where you were and
Yeah.
brings it back.
There's no, I mean, how often do you think that happens? Because then they don't have a way to contact you.
It's a real perfect storm, like to lose the lifeline to the Uber. I mean, I'm sure it happens all the time, but never letting go of my phone in there.
Now, unique items that were left in Ubers were things like a chainsaw.
A chainsaw.
Somebody left a Ghostbusters ghost trap, I'm assuming
Bro,
for Halloween.
No, if I was driving Uber and some dude with a chainsaw tried to get in my car, I'd be like, nah, fam, you got to leave the chainsaw outside.
Well, when you go on vacation, they open the trunk and put your
Yeah.
stuff in there. So you
That's
do have
true.
access to their trunk
Yeah.
if that's the deal.
Other weird things include fresh breast milk, live lobsters, and even passengers' divorce papers. So
Oh, no.
apparently, food items like 175 burger sliders
Oh,
made the list.
Already
so-
prepared?
What
Oh,
a bummer.
yeah.
man. Do you just go to a corner and just light up people's lives with sliders? I mean, what do? You
like
now
they-
have all these sliders.
They left a whole crave case in
pretty
there.
awesome.
I don't know.
And maybe it's like for your ride, your next 19 rides, I'll get free
Yeah, but like,
sliders.
hey
exactly.
guys, with your Uber ride comes a free slider.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
get a 100% rating on that.
Yeah.
Everyone who gives me 5 stars gets a slidey.
Yeah.
So there you go. Just make sure you take everything when your Uber shows up.
Good thing.
Real quick, before we go to break here, I want to talk to Celtic Oddity. Remember this dude was at our bacon and
Yeah.
beer party at our Halloween edition last
He
year.
Yeah.
did some pretty outrageous things.
Yeah, stabbed himself in the cheek with a needle. He laid on glass. I remember that. Celtic, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, guys? Bing bong.
Bing
Bing
bongs.
bong.
How is the cheek stabbing been going?
Awesome. Doing outstanding. I actually have an opportunity this weekend for your listeners to come check me out and some other people, and also for all those beer drinkers. Gigantic Brewery and the Weird Portland United are collabing to do a new beer release in celebration of the Pecuriarium's 14th anniversary here in Portland.
What's it called? The Pecuriarium?
That's in Northwest, right? That's like Slaptown.
Yeah, it's in Slabtown. Yeah,
Nice.
it's a museum of all the weird, crazy things.
Oh, that's perfect for you.
Yeah,
That's
right up
perfect.
the alley. You should be on fire out in front of that
Do you,
place.
do you have any new tricks? Are you like putting things in orifices, or what are you doing?
Oh my God! Come on now.
Hey,
I do have a new trick. I lift a 12-pound bowling ball with the family jewels.
Oh, my
No, you
God.
do not.
Tanner wasn't that far off.
Stop.
We're always
What?
evolving in this
Yeah.
sport of his.
Bro, damn.
It's aggressive.
I just literally I did that thing where as a man I grabbed my
What
area.
what
Does he
makes you
have
want
kids?
to do that? Yeah. Well, he won't if he doesn't. I hope.
Because
So, yeah, if they're not anybody's busy, Saturday from 6 to 9 at the Pecuriarium, doing
Okay.
a beer release celebration. I'm
Okay.
doing my sideshow. We've got Christina Railing, who's going to be doing some hoop and spinning. We got the Demon Cage, who's going to be doing some magic.
Demon Cage.
And
I know that guy.
Yeah.
Me and him are tight.
So he also works at Jiffy Lube.
All right, dude. Well, all right. That
Are you
sounds
gonna be?
interesting.
Are
I'll
you
try to
gonna be
make it.
lifting a bowling ball with your nuts?
Okay.
At the
question.
peculiarium?
Or are you just teasing that?
just teasing that.
Okay.
I might do it for the next bacon and beer if you
All
invite
right.
me.
Okay.
All right. We'll talk
maybe,
about it.
Yeah.
Deadlifting it.
All right, Celtic. Well, good luck this weekend, and we'll talk to you soon, my friend.
All right.
See you, buddy. Jeez.
Oh my goodness! What inspires somebody to want to do that?
Somebody's got to do it.
I was gonna say he's got balls,
Does
but
somebody have to do it?
not for
Yeah,
long.
not yet.
Not for long.
Slightly stretched.
Jeez. All right, hang on. We'll be back.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Brew Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, the Lakers last night were trying to improve their spot in the playoffs, so instead of resting their stars, they played them against the top-seeded Oklahoma City Thunder, and it was an interesting situation for the star Luka Doncic, who had already had a technical foul in the game, and he hit a real complicated shot where he probably should have been fouled. Well, he'd been jawing back and forth with a fan in the front row for the better part of a quarter. He's known for this. His thing is, if you're going to talk to me, I'm going to talk to you back. I'm not just going to sit there and let you berate me. And well, the problem is, the ref was standing directly in front of that fan, and when he looked over and gave the fan the business, the ref thought he was talking to him and threw him out of the game.
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
And here's the sad part for LA, not for anyone who loves to see them squirm, but LA was up a point when they threw him out in the fourth quarter. They end up getting blown out in the end. He had to sit at his locker and wonder what happened there. After the game, he did say, I don't know anything about why he threw me out. I was talking to a fan. And finally, good news. The Blazers did not lose last night. The bad news is they didn't play at all. So on my screen, I have them as my favorite, like my main thing at the very top of my bar. So when I glanced up during sports yesterday, Portland looked like it was happening. It didn't. It's happening tonight, so I'll lay on the sword there. My bad. 6 o'clock tonight. You can catch it, Rip City Radio, 6:20 a.m. There's your sports.
Thank you much. All right, we are just 10 days away now, you guys, from another Trash Bandits, where we're going to clean up a park and the neighborhood around it. That park is Lynn's Park.
Yeah.
In Southeast Portland, my old stomping grounds.
Let's do it.
And we have some spots open online. There's limited guest spots spots available on the list.
Yeah.
So just go sign up because you need to know how many grippers and trash bags to bring. 1059thebrew.com. But we're going to be there at 10 a.m. Saturday, April 19th at Lynn's Park. And then for the next 2 hours, just clean up the city. And you help teach your kids some responsibility and community service, stuff like that.
Yeah, and I also just put a link on our Instagram at 1059thebrew.
Yeah.
So make it nice and easy for you to go and sign up, and we'll see you there.
Yeah, come hang out with the show. Real quick, I want to tell you about my friends over at The Advocates. If you've been in a car accident and you've had to deal with the insurance companies before, you already know what a pain it is. They always say, hey, we're going to take care of you. You know, you pay them every month to get taken care of if that time comes. But as soon as that time comes, they become difficult. That's why you need to reach out to The Advocates. Ken and Donnie have been doing this a long time, and they're going to make sure that the insurance companies pay you what you're owed, because that's really all you're asking for. When you're, recovering from an accident, that's all you should be focusing on is your recovery, not the stress that the insurance companies bring. So let Ken and Donnie take care of it. Advocateslaw.com is a website. They've actually gotten over $100 million for their clients, and they want to help you out. There's no risk to you, all right? They don't get paid until you win. So reach out to them. Tell them Tanner sent you. Advocateslaw.com. That's advocateslaw.com. When you've been in an accident, you need more than a lawyer. You need an advocate.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
You can also send us a talkback message through our iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone, and once you have the brew streaming, press the microphone button.
Hey, good morning, Brew Crew. The Bald Trucker here was listening in on the segment about stuff left behind in Uber cars. I was wondering if you guys have ever been in an Uber and heard an advertisement for The Advocates, Axiom Plumbing, or Jeep of Gresham. And did you guys, what did you guys do? Did you guys let the driver know? Be like, hey, that's me. That's 1059 The Brew. I'm listening here on the iHeartRadio app. My only preset.
Hell yeah, man. There's a lot in there.
I love that.
If he wants to talk about that stuff, we can chat it right up. I'll talk about his septic tank all day long.
Yeah.
There was one time I was in an Uber and a Xfinity commercial came on.
Oh, yeah.
One of my commercials, and I didn't say it because I don't think I sound the same as I do off the air. Like,
You're a quieter writer, too.
I'm very quiet. And so anyway, the commercial came on, and I was hella uncomfortable thinking, like, oh, is he going to notice? But he didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't say anything to him. I just got out.
But right then he bought a bundle. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's why he's like, man, I got to call and get my cable set up. I've never been in an Uber when well, that's not true. Never mind. That's not true.
What happened?
I have. No, I've heard my own voice on the radio before, but normally, I mean
you're an award winner. You're on every station.
Stop. But no, I have absolutely been in a Lyft or an Uber when the brew was on.
Yeah.
And I just look and I'm like, oh yeah, 1059 The Brew. That's
Yeah,
good.
you just hope like one of our spots doesn't air. It's
Yeah.
like, hey, it's Tanner Drew Laura coming up on the boat. So
Oh God, who are these
I get uncomfortable.
dorks?
I get uncomfortable, but it's cool. I appreciate people listening, and
Yeah.
thank you. Download the iHeartRadio app for your cell phone. Send us a talk back anytime. All right, our first ever Tanner, Drew, and Laura Beat My Meat competition. Casey and Beefwater meeting off.
You
That's
said
right.
Casey and Beefwater.
Oh, what did I? Oh, Casey and Drew.
You've
meeting
said
off.
it enough times, everyone knows.
Everyone knows. Yes, it's happening Friday, finally, the first ever Beat My Meat competition. We're going to see who can cook the better tomahawk steak, Drew or Casey. They both talk a pretty strong game.
Yeah.
Both fairly confident, and I honestly don't know who's going to win, but
And
we're going to find out on Friday.
I also feel like at this point the votes are kind of split. Like at first I thought it was going to be beef, but people putting their confidence in beef just because he talks a big game all the time.
And his name is Beef.
And his name is Beef. But now that we've been talking to more people, it feels like it's closer to a 50-50 split. So I don't know.
We'll see.
I mean,
We'll see.
anyone can win. It's really going to come down to your mouths. It's what you
true.
guys like also. I mean,
It's true.
I could make a great steak and you could hate it, so who knows? I just hope that the steak that I make is the one that when you're at the restaurant, you're like, I hope it's like this. I have the luxury, though, that I've known you guys for a long time, and especially Tanner, we've talked a lot of steak.
Yeah.
So you kind of know what I like.
Yeah, I've got an idea, but I also can't cater it just to you.
That's what I was
going
to say. I mean, we've got a professional food critic from the Portland Mercury who's going to be on the judging panel. She'll be actually on the show at 9:30 this morning. We'll talk to Andrea Damewood. And yeah, so you can't just focus on me. You got to focus on the whole thing.
Plus, you have a wild card and a listener. Like, I don't
That's
know
true.
their tongue.
That's true.
Yeah, a listener's going to be a
Rando?
judge. Of course, Colin from Goldberg Jones, who's sponsoring the entire thing, will also be a judge.
I just have a question. So are you allowed to season each steak differently? Because it's going to be a big cut of meat. So are you allowed to season portions of it the way you think Tanner would like, and then cut that part off and serve it to Tanner?
Most people would not season a steak after you start to cook it. Not with dust.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
you could use a butter or something else, but to add a dust at the end could be a little bit hairy. I think the idea is to have it all be going, slice it off, y'all get the same thing, and let's ride.
Well, we've got some spots open on the guest list if you'd like to come down and bring a friend and watch the competition take place. We're going to have donuts and coffee, and I think people are going to be able to taste the meat up there. So come on down, but we actually need to put you on the guest list, so actually don't come on down. You call us first.
Yeah, call us first. Make sure you're on the guest list, and then come on down.
Yeah.
That's right.
Let's put a bunch of people on it right now. 866-445-1059. We got a handful of spots open. Only going to take 25 listeners total, but they can also bring friends. So 866-445-1059. And make sure you're listening Friday morning, the first ever Beat My Meat competition. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
It's 1059 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a...
All right, coming up in about 30 minutes, we got tickets to see the Blazers take on the Warriors on Friday night.
Nice.
Nice! I've been to a Blazer game in a long... I don't think I've been to one this season.
Yeah, it kind of blinked and it's over.
Yeah.
You know, there's just a few games left, and the chance to go see Steph Curry and the Warriors. He's a future Hall of Famer. That's some great stuff there.
So we'll have tickets here in just a little bit. In the meantime, let's do this.
And now, Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Dumbass of the Day.
A middle school principal has been arrested for a shoplifting attempt called skip scanning.
What's that? Is that where
it's
it's just self-checkout and you try to bail?
It's exactly what it is, where you just don't scan every single item, or maybe you ring something up as like a banana.
You play dumb to it, you know, say, I'm pretty sure No, you didn't.
Well, this middle school principal in Florida has been arrested for attempting to pull an amateur hour shoplifting stunt that his own students would be like, dude,
come on,
are you
bro.
an idiot?
You could have done better.
And just hide it in your sweatshirt.
Gregory Lewis is now on administrative leave from his high school after he was caught skip scanning at a local Walmart store. Loss prevention officers say that Lewis was placing a bag of disposable foam plates between items of higher value at the self-checkout station.
Oh, okay.
So this is like a well-planned out scheme.
He's putting foam plates around everything.
Officers say Lewis admitted to the attempted theft after friends told him how he had done it. So, yeah, just kind of like a...
I think you got to play dumb till the end. Now, I'm not telling you to be an idiot criminal because that's what's driving up prices. But as soon as you tell him you're toast, you're a principal. You got to cross your arms up and be like, I would never.
Yeah. Well, and I also feel like you could get away with that unless you're trying to take like a copious amount of stuff. But if it was just a couple of things where it's like, oh man, I'm sorry, I thought I scanned this.
Like if you don't ring up a pear, I don't think they're gonna like melt down.
No.
These people though, it becomes routine.
Yeah, well, my buddy Dave, he told me, he goes, when I go to the grocery store, I have to decide which item I'm not going to scan. Like, he does it every time.
See, that, to me, that's brutal because my anxiety alone would be like, I'm not going to risk my future and my integrity over an avocado.
This is what's really sad. Apparently, the items that he tried to steal include light bulbs, bacon, and butterfly shrimp. Total value of $37.45.
Oh, those scrimps really brought up the price there at the end.
Wow.
They were butterflied, guys. I mean, The guy needs to have something to eat.
So I think I want to know this morning, are you like my friend Dave? Do you skip scan? And if so, what's the last thing that you didn't ring up when you went to the self-checkout line? What's the last thing you're just like, I'm going to ring this up as a banana, or just not ringing it up at all? What was it?
Well, and now it's tough because not ringing something up is challenging, because as soon as you put it in the bag, it's going to be like, excuse me, we detected that there's something in your bag that you didn't ring up.
Yeah.
Even if the weight is wrong. Like, even if you ring up a banana and try to put an eggplant in there, they're like, nope, that's not 0.5 pounds.
Dude, the one at the Safeway by my house is so sensitive. I feel like if a piece of paper falls on it, it goes bang.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Get it off there.
What I do to feel like a real rebel, sometimes I won't pay for my paper bag.
I've done that.
That's about as extreme as it gets.
You're not
for
getting
me.
my 10 cents.
Yeah.
When they tackle Laura in a crosswalk over 10 cents.
She just gets tased. Right there.
I don't do it on purpose, but there's definitely been times where I'm like, did I pay for that bag?
Yeah, the last thing I didn't scan, and it wasn't by accident, was kitty litter, because it was at the bottom of the cart,
yeah.
and I just didn't think about it.
Is that stuff expensive? How
It's
much?
kind of, it's like $20, $30.
It's fairly expensive.
Yeah. So they wouldn't be happy about it.
No.
For sure. But what's the last item you refused to scan, and you skip scanned and got away with?
Your secret is safe with us.
Yeah.
Skip scan.
Yeah, nobody knows who you are. 866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a talkback message through our iHeartRadio app, or a text message through our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line at 98197. So, Drew, you say you don't do it intentionally. You don't know what the last item was.
When I was a kid and a teenager, I stole a ton, like, just because I had no money, and I'm not proud of that, but I don't steal at all now, and definitely not on purpose.
Right. All right.
I mean, it's not a very fun answer.
No. That's it's the best answer. I'm
Drew's
glad
an
you're
upstanding citizen.
I'm glad you're not a thief.
Well, it's just basically I don't want to risk everything that you worked for.
Yeah, because that would be tough to explain to the girls.
Yeah, it's like, well, I wanted pretzels and I didn't want to buy them.
This text from 3962 says, the last item I didn't ring up was a whole batch of apples.
So how do you get away with it? Is it at the bottom of your cart, or?
See, and
do you move so fast where it looks like you scanned it but you didn't? Mm-hmm. And you just maybe you don't put it in that area where it detects the weight.
Right, you
might put it right back in the thing.
And also, I feel like sometimes, even when the light is flashing, and this is what's scary, is that when an attendant has to come over, usually they'll just like scan their card and beep, bop, boop, done, and
they
not
don't
even
even
pay
look.
attention. But I mean, you still have to have that interaction with a person who could potentially bust you.
That's true. And when it comes to fruit, I don't know if you guys have ever seen people do this, but what people will do is they'll ring up the cheap apple and get the good apple.
Oh, I've
like,
definitely done that, where it's like, these are organic, but I'm not going to tell the computer that.
But you're like, oh yeah, red apple, delicious, super soft and gross, pop, and then you get the good price.
What is the last item you skip scanned? And you just decided to not scan and walk off with?
Skip.
Good morning, Brew Crew. I don't go through a self-checkout. I don't get paid for that shit.
Sorry. Okay. Can't say the S word, sir. Can't say the S word.
Got pretty hot there.
Yeah. Anyway, 98197 is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. More of your calls and texts coming up in minutes. Happy Wednesday. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
All right, this high school principal got arrested for skip scanning, which is where, you decided to not ring up a couple items at the self-checkout at the grocery store. My friend Dave does it every single time he goes to the grocery store. I've done it, but by accident. But we want to know if you do it consistently, and if so, what's the last item you skip scan?
I kind of love that he makes it a point to do it every time. Just
Every time.
living life on the edge.
And he goes, I have to decide which item it's going to be.
Yeah.
And that's like a game for him.
Yeah.
And I feel like when you're a repeat offender, that's when I'd be worried that they've got you circled. You go into one store on a road trip one time and you do that, you're probably getting away with it, but just coming back.
Got some text messages coming in on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line at 98197. This text comes to us from 7002. It says Duraflame logs. That they didn't scan up. They didn't scan some Duraflame logs and just walked out.
I feel like that's another thing where maybe you leave it at the bottom of your cart.
Yeah.
And play dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mexican Coke is what another person said.
Okay.
See, those are tough because that's in a glass bottle. That's not an easy... I feel like it's easier to steal something you can throw around a little bit.
Right. Mexican Coke. I was thinking something else. This text from 7675 says, meat department at Costco dropped the ball and priced some briskets as whole chickens for $3.99 for the briskets and $1.49 for the chicken. I bought 3 of them through the not self-checkout, so a cashier had to scan them.
Okay, so but I mean that sounds like a them problem.
Yeah,
not a
that sounds
you
like
I also
that sounds
feel
like
like
you just scored some.
you put yourself at risk for no reason. Why not go to self-checkout with
Right.
those things and boom, you've got brisket for years.
Let's go to Jason. Good morning, Jason. What's the last item you skip scanned?
I wouldn't say I skip scanned it exactly, but a few years ago I needed some chains for my tires, and they're really expensive and I didn't have the money, so I took a pack of Kool-Aid that's like 10 cents or 15 cents, whatever, and I kind of just put it over the barcode of the chains and scanned it that way.
Oh
I bought chains
my
for 10 cents.
Now,
Oh my god.
I'm glad you got away with it because I honestly, just last week, I saw someone get armbarred on TikTok for the same thing. It was Kool-Aid packets.
So what do they do?
Every Kool-Aid packet has a barcode. So
Yeah.
a lot of times self-checkout's just waiting to hear beep. And so if nobody's standing right there to review that you just did Kool-Aid and not the chains, you're likely going to get to the door before anyone ever notices.
Oh, wow.
But if they do catch you, you're in a situation where they're like, you just scanned Kool-Aid, and you're like, nah.
But I
and
don't
they're
know.
like, yeah.
I don't know if you could get away with that now just because of the whole weight thing. Like, obviously, a packet of Kool-Aid doesn't weigh as much as tire chains.
And have you seen how many cameras they've added?
Yeah,
Now it's like
Yeah.
5
a lot.
angles.
I heard a story like a month or two ago about a guy who was doing this constantly to the same grocery store, and they had a record of all the times that
Oh.
he'd done it.
See, that's what I'm
Awkward.
saying,
So,
dude.
yeah.
You keep going to the same place.
All you got to do is outrun them.
That's right.
And now
There
he's
you
got
go.
the chains
Yeah.
to do it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jason. We appreciate it. Let's go to Richard. Good morning, Richard. What's the last item you skip scanned?
His name's Mike.
Oh, is it Mike? Well, who's Richard on the
Thank
phone?
you again, Laura. Thank you, Laura, again.
Well, fix your caller ID. Who the hell is that?
I can't. I wish I could. but
Who's
I-
Richard? Is that your dad?
It's a family thing. It's my wife's father, my father-in-law.
I see. All right.
Yeah, and you can call him Dick.
Yeah.
Dick
Yeah,
Wetzel.
we'll call him Dick.
The last name is Richard Wetzel, so it'd be Dick Wetzel.
Tie that up.
Awesome.
Come Christmas time, that'll be flying around come Christmas time.
Nice.
So tell me,
Anyway,
what's the last
so
item?
Drew, I got a question kind of for Drew. I'm in the same boat. I got 2 girls the same age as him, and not more often not, but quite often we would find something in our bags or when we get home that we didn't scan that the girls may have been holding on to or put somewhere that we didn't know. And I've gotten little $10 stuffy one time, and I'm like, where did this come from? Look on a receipt. It's not there. I don't know. Has that ever happened to you, Drew?
You know, I haven't had that directly happen with my girls. I've had them try. I haven't gotten home.
I
with
did
it.
this as a kid for sure.
Yeah, I was busted eating the produce by my parents and stuff, and then
Sure.
chastised in public. But I shake them down. Now they're getting a little older now, but I shook and continue to shake them down upon exit because they're too into the stuff. They don't want to let it go.
Right.
Yep. Right on.
All right, buddy. See you, Mike. Fix that caller ID.
I guess.
Screwing me up.
You call Dick Wetzel and you tell him.
Let's go to Syrian Steve. The man, the myth, the legend. Syrian Steve, why do I get the feeling you do this a lot? You skip scan.
No, brother.
Bro, come on, man. I did not. I don't do it anymore. But it pays for my favor. One time, I forgot the water on the bottom of the cart.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I went to the car, and I'm like, oh crap, I forgot the water. So I put it in the car, and took the receipt, went back inside, and I stood back in line. And then came out to me, my turn, and the lady looked at me. She goes, "What you just here?" I said, "Yeah, I forgot to pay for some, for the water." She goes, "You waited in line to tell me that? Just go ahead and go home."
Oh,
Look
man.
at that.
That's nice.
That is nice.
What she didn't know is he pilfered a bag of Skittles right there as he was talking to her.
All right, Syrian Steve, appreciate you, bro. I wish things
All right,
like
love you guys.
nice things like that don't happen to me. I just feel like people see my face and they go, "I'm not helping this guy out."
They're actually the opposite of what happened to Steve. They're like, I'm getting loss prevention. You wait there.
That happened to me with a step stool once after I first moved here. I realized I got out to the parking lot and I still had it under my cart. So I went back in, but I went through the self-scan and just bought it that way. I should have gone through a cashier and then maybe they would have let me off the hook.
Yeah. The robots don't care about your problem.
They do
they're
not.
like, pay me now, beep bop.
Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. What is the last item that you skip scanned at the grocery store? That's you. Hello.
Oh, hello?
Yeah.
Oh,
hi.
hey.
I can hear you breathing into the phone.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah, sorry. I'm going over a bridge. It's tiring. Hey, I got a story. It's not me right now that did it, but I went to Home Depot. I was building a fence a couple of years ago, and I checked out with a guy. And when I got back to my car, I'm like, man, that was a really cheap trip. And I noticed he didn't scan 5 things on my list. I'm like, well, that's weird. And then Home Depot, the guys help you. They kind of have a hand scanner, they're scanning things. So I went back a couple weeks ago, and the same dude was there. And so I was like, well, I'm going to check out with him again.
Yeah.
And sure enough, I watched him. He only scanned 2 of my 10 items. He's like, all right, man, have a good day. So I think he was just screwing over Home Depot. And
That's
so I went back a
wild.
third time. And he wasn't there anymore. So I think Home Depot might have caught on to
I was
it.
about to say, give me the address
Yeah.
immediately.
Send me a picture of that.
Yeah,
dude.
I'm going there today.
He's like, I've had it. You want it? You got it. Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, his name is Gary, if you guys ever go.
Gary,
So,
what a
there
good
you go.
guy.
So.
I remember when I worked at Target, my first job, my only job that really wasn't in radio, there was an employee there who was a friend of mine. I liked him. And he got fired because a cousin of his came in and he didn't scan half of his cart and he filled the cart. Mm-hmm. And the guy, the cop showed up. He got fired. He didn't get arrested, but he had a court date and all this stuff because I think he was a minor at the time.
In this day and age, they probably would just take you right downtown.
Yeah, but dude, they're watching those things.
Yeah, and it's getting more intense because we get these news releases every day, basically, and almost every week there's one where they pick a city and they're going to catch 20, 30, 40 of these people.
Yeah.
They just might be at your grocery store next, so be careful.
Thanks for the call, bro.
Did you?
Oh, go-
Hey, one more thing. Did you guys hear the story? There was a girl at Fred Meyer's that she was theft prevention, and someone was stealing money out of those self-scanners, and so they hired her to go look for it. It ended up being her, so they had to hire a private investigator, and they actually found out it was her that was stealing the money as the theft preventer. I think she's in jail. So anyway, have a good day, guys.
She's
Thanks,
like, I'm almost to the bottom of it as she pulls up in a Rolls Royce.
This text comes to us from 9668. It says, last time I went to self-checkout, the person in front of me scanned all of their items, bagged them, and then walked out without paying. And so I'd have the scanner cleared by an employee.
Wow. And then, so at that point, do they go back and grab your picture and put you on the party wall?
I would
there's
imagine.
cameras everywhere.
And that's probably
pretty
how
egregious.
that one guy got caught, because he kept going in there and they knew that he was doing it, making a record. And then eventually they're like, dude, you've stolen thousands of dollars.
That
worth of
is
stuff.
so bold to go so far as to scan everything and bag it and then be like, nah, not paying for that.
Yeah.
Do you think that was a mistake or was that intentional?
No.
That's intentional?
It can't be.
It could be, but it probably isn't.
Got a couple of talkback messages. Send us one anytime through our iHeartRadio app. If you don't got it, download it for your cell phone. Once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button. What's the last item you did not scan at the grocery store?
Hey, good morning, Brew Crew. I just found out recently off of a podcast of 2 local detectives here in the Springfield area. One is married to Yardley Smith. Anyways, apparently Walmart has some of the best camera footage out of all the convenience stores.
Doesn't look like that on the
So you're gonna
on the
do
TV.
that, definitely avoid the Walmart, because cops even are like, that's the best. Can't get any better.
Because when I see my reflection on that TV, like right when you walk in, it looks like the low def footage from like the 90s.
I look like a serial killer.
It's terrible.
But Walmart, like, what is 3 different times during the grand transition, they just kept changing their self-checkout. So maybe they've got it dialed. I don't know.
Another talkback?
Basically, I don't know if it's a skip scan, but I went to Home Depot one time and bought 8 sheets of plywood, and they only charged me for 1, and I didn't say anything.
Wow.
My bad.
Hell yeah.
Must have been Gary.
Gary!
This text comes to us from 3673. It says, I'm just like Laura. I refuse to pay for shopping bags, so I always say no bags at self-checkout.
Yeah. And I mean, what are they going to do? Bust you for 5 cents? Get out of here.
Yeah, it's pretty silly. 98197. That's our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. You can also hit us up through our iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone today. Coming up in a few minutes, more tickets to see the Blazers play the Warriors Friday nights. All right?
Yeah.
We'll play the 5 and 10 game. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on the Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, this isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, we want to know what's the last item you skip scanned at the grocery store. This high school principal actually got arrested because he stole less than like $40 worth of stuff by not scanning at the self-checkout line.
Brutal way to go down.
My buddy Dave does it every single time he's at the grocery store, and we want to know if you also make a habit out of it. What's the last item? We got to talk back through our iHeartRadio app.
When Freddy's first started doing self-checkout, I used to get 6 packs of Bud Light, tall boys, and it would ask single or multi, and I just always put single. I did that for like 3 years, probably got 20, 30 6-packs like that.
Wow. That's not bad. I just don't
You
have the
gotta
balls to do that.
You got to be bold and be willing to take the heat if it happens.
Let's go to Jason. Good morning, Jason.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man.
Good. I just called in. Good to talk to you guys again.
Oh, awesome. Well, good talking to you. We'll see you. Was that it? Oh, that was it. All right.
Just checking in.
All right, cool.
All right.
Coming up next, we got some tickets to see the Blazers play the Warriors on Friday night. Callers 10 and 11, that's what we need. 866-445-1059.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break, or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Yeah. All right, Friday night, the Blazers are playing the Warriors.
Yeah.
I want to say it so badly.
Warriors.
Come out and play. All right, I just need to get it out.
It's an attack.
I needed to get it out. Do you know what movie that is?
Suicide Squad.
Oh, for God's sake.
It's It's all in the title, Laura.
Come out and play Chucky.
Just stop. Just stop.
Come out and play.
It's called The Warriors.
Game over.
Oh, well, what's it about?
Coming out and play.
Yeah.
It's about battle.
Okay.
It's about battle.
Real manly stuff.
Anyway, we got these tickets all this week with a fun game we like to call the 5 and 10 game.
Oh.
It's a very simple game, or at least you think it is until you hear the ticker in your ear. Mm-hmm. We're going to give you a category, and you just have to name 5 things in that category in under 10 seconds.
Easy.
Yeah, you think so. If you lose, you have to listen to us give your tickets to somebody who did absolutely nothing, though.
Yeah, the guy fell just short yesterday. It's not as easy as it seems.
Right. Let's go to Garrett in Sandy. Good morning, Garrett.
What's up?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
No, I'm doing good.
When was the last time you were at a Blazer game?
Oh, it was sometime last year.
All right, so you're due.
Well,
Yeah,
we're going to get you tickets, and you're going to be qualified also for the Coors Light Silver seats, which are, we've sat in those before. They're incredible seats. They actually built this, it's like a riser in the stands. Mm-hmm. You get an amazing view of the court.
Yeah.
You get like a drink cooler. There's little cup holders that chill your drink.
Nice
you charge your
charger.
cell phone.
Yeah, and a swag bag.
And a big giant swag bag, a bunch of Coors Light stuff. So you're qualified for that as well if you win.
Yeah.
All right.
This could all be for naught if you fail here.
All right, Garrett, this morning, your category is magazines. You have 10 seconds to name 5 magazines. Go.
Oh, gosh. National Geographic.
There you go.
Sports Illustrated.
Okay.
Playboy.
That's
yeah.
that's not.
2.5.
Out of about a bajillion.
Yeah, we did this off the air, and yeah, there was like the Rolling Stone, there's Mad Magazine, there's Vogue, there's Hustler, a lot of stuff.
Good housekeeping.
Cherry's another one. Hang on the phone.
Sports Illustrated isn't a magazine?
It
No,
is.
it
You
is.
didn't. You
Yeah,
had to
you
get
just- you had to get
5,
five.
and you got halfway through.
2.5.
Yeah, you got 2.5.
So you have to listen to us give your tickets to somebody who did absolutely. Does he not understand the game?
The fact that he's blown
Well,
away.
I thought Sports Illustrated was a magazine.
You needed to name 5.
You need to name 5 magazines.
I was still going.
You had 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Oh, okay. I see.
It's in the title.
All right, now I really hope.
I got it. All right.
Between Laura and the Warriors and this, I
come
feel like
on,
you
this
two
is
should
way
go
worse.
have a muffin together.
I think
I
really.
would like a muffin.
The guy on the other line has to rub this in because now I don't know.
Yeah.
This guy, you got to rub it in, Bill. Congratulations. You're going to the Blazer game on Friday nights.
Sweet, thanks a lot.
Maybe you should take Garrett.
No,
He sounds like he needs a win.
Garrett doesn't deserve it.
He thinks you have a half hour to make a last-second shot.
Garrett already hung up. So.
Yeah.
All right, Bill.
Aww.
Hang on the phone. We'll get your information.
All right, I'm excited.
Nice.
All right.
Hang on.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right.
Is Sports Illustrated not a magazine? It is.
Yeah, you had 10
Yeah,
seconds. I
that's-
said you had
that's
10
not the
seconds.
point, yeah.
The first 7 seconds went in, you went, oh, God. Oh. Ooh. That ate up your time.
All right, let's go to Jason. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Good morning, Jason. Hey.
How's it going?
All right.
Oh, Jason's hanging in
This
there.
is the third time he's called today.
Good.
What up, Jason?
It is. Oh, no, I was trying to get those tickets. I was hoping maybe the second guy didn't, I don't know. He hung
Oh,
up or
my God.
something.
Get off the phone.
Second guy.
Prize pigs.
Wins automatic.
All right, coming up tomorrow, we'll have more tickets to the game, and you'll also have a shot online at 1059thebrew.com. Coming up here at the top of the hour, we're going to hear a funny story from Laura. Apparently, she was in one of those emergency situations when you go to the bathroom, you do your number 2, and then you realize you don't have any toilet paper.
Uh-oh.
And then what do you do?
Yeah.
She has to use something else other than toilet paper. We'll find out what that item is, and then we want to know, what did you use when you were in a bind? Did you, like, rip up a sock?
So you got to use what you got to use.
Or did you just use your hand and then wash up later? I don't know. 866-445-1059. Your call is coming up at 8 a.m.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
It's time to go around the room and share what we think the biggest stories of the day are. These aren't necessarily the biggest stories, just what we think the biggest stories are.
Mm-hmm.
Laura, you want to go first?
I can go first. I think we're all pizza lovers in this room, so this is very exciting. The Portland Mercury's Pizza Week is back. Mark it on your calendars. Monday, April 14th through April 20th, you can grab some of Portland's finest pizza for just $4 a slice.
Hell yeah.
And a whole pie for $25. You can see the full list of participating restaurants, and there are a lot of them, and all of their special slices at portlandmercury.com.
And we're going to have Andrea Damewood from the Portland Mercury on the show later on this morning. We'll ask her about that.
That's right.
Absolutely. Big story to me, guys. I think we all have a little piece of our life watching Full House growing up.
Yeah.
Well, the iconic Victorian house from that show in San Francisco is sold for $6 million.
Damn.
Now, it's located on Postcard Row. The 4-bedroom home was originally listed for $6.5 million, but actually rolled down a little bit. Fans will recognize its famous front door and the bay window, though the interior scenes of the show were filmed in a Hollywood set.
Yeah, there's no way that giant house would fit in that tiny little... The set would fit in that giant house.
There was so much room in that living room. That would be a $15 million
Yeah, they show that skinny home, and then they show the massive living room, and I'm like, where's all this space?
Yeah.
And then you go through to the back, and there's like a full-blown kitchen like you're in the burbs.
Yeah.
And not on Postcard Row, guys. And I'm surprised $6 million is all it is.
That's what I thought. I thought it was a little low.
Yeah,
because San Francisco's already
but
ridiculous.
Also, I think that there have been a lot of complaints about location, and you have to put up with so many tourists always being in your front yard.
Like the picture I saw of there's a park across the street. I think.
Yeah.
It looked like there were 100 people just gathered taking photos of the house.
Oh yeah. So if you don't like being in the spotlight, that's probably not your house.
I think the big story of the day is a new petition to rename the Nashville International Airport in honor of Dolly Parton is gaining traction.
I like it.
Supporters of changing the name for Parton gathered nearly 50,000 signatures on a petition to rename the airport. The petition organizers believe that renaming the airport after Parton would be a fitting tribute to her impact on Tennessee and the world.
Well, if you think about John Wayne has an airport, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I think the Dolly Parton Airport makes sense to me.
Great.
I think that's great.
What is
I like it.
Is it just the Nashville airport now?
Yeah,
or
the
is it
National International Airport.
Okay, so it's not named after somebody else. Yeah, they might as well name it after Dolly Parton. Why not?
Yeah.
So are they going to do that to us at some point because we're just a PDX? I mean,
the Ramblin' Rod Portland International Airport.
Well, it looks like that.
the TD&L International Airport.
We're still working on the amphitheater.
Okay. All right. More on the stories online at 1059thebrew.com. Coming up next, we want to know, what did you have to use for toilet paper during an emergency? Like you went to the bathroom, you did your business, and you realized, oh crap, there's no toilet paper here.
Yeah.
What'd you use instead? 866-445-1059.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake.
So we've all been there. You go to the bathroom, you do your business, and you reach for the toilet paper, and you go, oh God, there's no toilet paper. Or there's like one or two tickets, and that's it. 1 or 2 sheets.
Yeah.
It sucks when you have to get up and do that weird walk to the closet to get the waddle to the closet to get the toilet paper or to another bathroom.
And you just hope that you're at a position in the bathroom break that's not going to be any cleanup.
I look like if I've done that, I look like a cowboy who's been riding a horse for 19 hours.
You're so chafed that you couldn't dare let those thighs rub together.
Yeah, but it's happened. It's probably been
a bit,
a couple of months since that's happened. It's
Hold on,
not
a
that
couple
long.
of months?
That's pretty recent.
Yeah, it's a couple of
It's
months.
very recent.
Luckily, like where I keep all my toilet paper is literally 5 feet from the toilet, so I just have to get up and just like do this.
Yeah,
and then walk back.
that's enough though.
And then I
That's
use
long
like
enough.
19 dude wipes.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Got to clean up after that. But we want to know, what did you use in an emergency? You didn't have any toilet paper, so maybe you ripped up a sock. Or my trick back in the day when I would run out of toilet paper when I was like in my early 20s, I would take, because you would still get phone books back then.
Yeah, this is the move.
I would take sheets from a phone book, and if you rip a sheet out, just one sheet of paper from the phone book, and crumple it up in your hands, and then stretch it out again, it's super soft and works.
Yeah, and now it's not as good as toilet paper. The ridging that you get from that crinkle gives you something to work with.
Because if you just do it without crinkling it up, it's
slippery.
Smear
Do
fest.
you flush that afterwards, or just throw it in the
it's not a good idea, but I did.
That is a great question, Laura, because the side effect to this is you kind of have to, like, if you want to not clog the toilet, you kind of have to like tear away the bad part when you're done, and like, or tear it into paper mache bits, because full pieces they linger.
Yeah, sometimes I would let it sit there for a little bit so the water would degrade it.
That's good thinking too.
Disgusting.
So I'd have to sit in there for like 10 minutes.
So I spent a lot of time living with groups of people, bunches of dudes in college and stuff, and there were times where we had no toilet paper, so there just was a phone book there. Like that was par for the course for over a week at a time.
Use the yellow pages.
Oh, come on.
And it was always at least a backup, because nobody went to go refill a roll when you're 19.
Right.
Yeah. So what did you use? The reason we're asking is because Laura was in this situation the other day, right?
Yeah, it was pretty recently. It was a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
I was at Fred Meyer. I had been out running a bunch of errands, and I was like, I got to hit Fred Meyer on the way home, but I already had to kind of go to the bathroom. And I was like, it's fine. I'll just stop, quick trip, run in. And I'm going through the self-checkout line, and I was like doing the thing where you're like switching legs, and you're like, oh, God. And I'm like, I don't think I can't make it home. Like, I am going to have to bite the bullet and use the nasty Fred Meyer bathroom.
Which to me is a tragic situation.
It's not
I'd
ideal.
be so bummed.
They're not great.
Ideal.
They're not great.
But I felt that I had to do it. So as I was leaving the self-checkout, because I know there's a code on the door, I was like, what's the code? And he gives me the code, and I'm like,
give me the numbers!
I'm trying to just maintain my composure.
I have under a minute.
But I'm scurrying to the bathroom, and I get in and I do my business, and I look around. I'm like, of course, naturally, there is no toilet paper.
Yeah.
There's a couple of torn up squares on the floor.
That's the
and I'm
worst.
I can't do that.
Usually they always have 4 or 5 rolls in one of those public bathrooms.
Yeah, but there was nothing. So I was looking around, and I'm like, and honestly, I feel like I lucked out because this could have been way worse. But I looked and I saw the liners that you sit on, like the paper liners that you put on the toilet seat. Yeah.
I always called them toilet doilies.
Beef Water's always calling them an ass gasket.
Ass
Can't you see that? It's a little more country.
And I'm like, well, that's not ideal because of the material. They're kind of slick, but I know they're flushable because they're designed to be flushed. So I was like, all right. Guess I'm using the ass gasket.
Yeah.
So I did, and it worked surprisingly well. Still, there were some weird noises coming from the stall next to me, and it wasn't a pleasant experience, but I felt pretty accomplished. I was like, all right, I got out pretty easy on this one.
The downside of that toilet doily that you were using there is it is designed to be the opposite of toilet paper, to be non-absorbent. So
it was slick.
Exactly.
It was a slick ride.
You're having to go uphill on this deal. It's the same. It doesn't have the crinkleability of Tanner's Yellow Pages. So.
Yeah, you should have grabbed a phone book, Laura. Should have grabbed a phone book.
Well,
which they're all over the place these days.
Right. Yeah,
available. Do they even make them anymore?
I'm sure they do.
It's 9 pages, and it says go online.
So we want to know, what did you use in an emergency instead of actual toilet paper? Let's go to line 1. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Hi, who's this?
This is Adam.
Adam, what did you use in a pinch? Well, maybe I shouldn't say pinch.
Well, I was in a similar situation as Laura. I was at the hardware store, and I get in there and I do my business, and there's no toilet paper. But I just did the sensible thing. I called the store, and I was like, "Hey, I'm in here taking a crap."
No,
that's a good idea.
This is brilliant, Laura.
That's so embarrassing.
Yeah, but I guess what else are you gonna do? I mean,
I don't know.
Gotta lean into it.
You can't hobble walk. You can't hobble walk to the toilet paper aisle.
That's true.
Laura, it's the same thing when I have to do the hobble walk to the door to unlock it, and then my wife has to enter a destroyed bathroom to give me toilet paper. That is part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
If you sit down without realizing there's toilet paper, that's the punishment you deserve.
And before you open the door and go, Amy!
You just hold your breath and throw it in here.
So what did the sales associate, what was their reaction? Did they laugh or...
I think he cracked the door open and threw it in like a hand grenade.
No, he handed the giant roll from the store underneath the stall to me.
A lady did?
No, it was a dude.
Oh, I thought you said she. It was that'd be bold. She's like, I'm going in there.
Wow. Well, at least that's not a bad idea. I think I might do that next time.
Keep that in your back pocket.
It's embarrassing, but it's better than
having to use the slick.
All right, dude. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it. Let's go to line 2. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. What did you use for toilet paper in a pinch?
Good morning, guys. Number 1 listener, High Voltage Maverick. How's everybody this morning?
Doing well, man.
Good.
I'm sure my fellow elk hunters can relate. Eastern Oregon, there are not a lot of beautiful leaves to give you an option. There's a lot of pine needles, so I have had to take my knife on my hip, cut my underwear off, and then hope that you can get your business done in one fell swoop where you don't need more than what you got.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna have some mud butt for the rest of the day.
Dude, first of all, you guys,
what
the fact
in the
that
hell?
I travel with a bunch of little girls, so we always have baby wipes. How you elk hunters aren't traveling with that type of stuff? It'd be like, I'll bring my granola bar if there's room outside of my wipes.
I went to Disneyland last week, and one of the number one things that I made sure to pack was dude wipes, because when you're walking around, you get all clammy and everything.
Well, you also get chafed if you don't keep yourself clean.
Exactly.
Amen. Amen. You got to find water late in the day, and then you're going to have to, no matter what the temperature is, you're going to have to buck it up, and, you're going to have to clean yourself up best that you can, and then you're going full water.
The hand bidet in the wild, Laura.
Thanks, dude. We appreciate it. Let's go to line 4. Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Tell us, what did you use for toilet paper when you ran out?
I had to make a sacrifice.
What?
Well, yeah, you take your sock off and use it.
Oh, a sacrifice.
All right. Scout.
Oh, I like that.
I thought he was talking about a soccer ball. I was like,
no, I was, as a young scout, like I was out on a hike and there was no bathrooms around, so I had to go find a spot to do my business and then peel off my boot and use my sock and then walk with one foot, no sock for the rest of the day. And now that I'm an Eagle Scout and I'm always prepared, I've got wipes in one pocket, I got a bandana in a pocket, I've got an extra pair of gloves.
He's like, I think anytime you poop yourself in the woods, that's what you do from then on out. You always bring the proper tools.
Because I'd want to ask you, Tanner, like the idea that if it's sock or underwear, like the last guy said underwear.
I think I'm going underwear because your socks,
they're
need your
important
feet.
for the hike.
Yeah, Lieutenant Dan said it best.
You have to wear underwear for that to be an option, though.
Oh, dude,
you don't have any underwear on.
No Eagle Scout goes free balling. Unbelievable.
I commando
this one
all
does.
day, every day.
Oh,
Really?
my God.
Wow.
God have mercy on your zipper.
I can smell you already.
TMI.
Man.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate
You
it.
guys are awesome.
We're
Thanks.
all gummed up over here.
Let's go to, is this Dallas?
That's it.
Hey, man. Tell us, what did you use for toilet paper in an emergency?
Well, kind of similar to the last guy. I used to be a scout, and I had to use my handkerchief once.
That's not bad.
All right, a handkerchief's okay.
Which is, I mean, it's covered in snot and boogers, but
It
sure.
kind of sucks that, you had to sacrifice your favorite hanky, but...
Yeah, but I mean, at home, you just hop in the shower. I'm not even doing the waddle. I'm just moving over to the shower. I'm not dealing with it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Got some talkback messages coming into us on our iHeartRadio app. You can send us one anytime. Download it for your cell phone. And once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button to record some.
Hey guys, I had a buddy growing up that every time we were out deer hunting, he would have to take an S in the woods, and he would cut off one of the sleeves of his t-shirt and use that. But the guy wasn't bright enough to cut the other sleeve off and pack it around with him, so by the end of the week hunting trip, he had, 3, 4, 5 shirts with one sleeve on him, and he looked like a dumbass.
Well, he doesn't just look like one.
I think
he is one.
If the shoe fits.
Now the talkback.
What's up, dudes? And Laura. This is AJ with Set in Stone. Hey, one time when I was a kid, I ran out of toilet paper, and the only thing I had to use in the bathroom was the actual roll that the toilet paper came on.
What?
So
I have absolutely...
It was not very pleasant. It was very, very rigid. But I got the job done enough for me to get off the toilet.
How do you do that? Have you done that, Laura?
I have I've done that, but not with a toozy. I've done it if I have gone number one.
It's a much
and
easier
I don't-
cleanup there.
Yeah, because
Okay.
you just kind of dab it.
But I honestly, I don't think this is the worst idea. If you have nothing, if you've got nothing, I would tear that.
I'll use
thing out.
anything, right?
Yeah, anything's
It's
better
just-
than my skin.
The idea just sounds uncomfortable and
Terrible.
and like how do you actually do that?
Well, you know when you look at the roll, it's in a spiral, so I think you just have to,
You have to peel.
unwind
Yeah,
it.
okay. 98197. That's our text line. A lot of the phones are blowing up right now.
A lot of people need to carry some wipes.
We'll take your calls next.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Drew Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, it is no more March Madness, but the good news is it is Masters Week. They kind of dial it in like this, where you don't want to have a pileup of sports. So now the biggest golf tournament of the year is upon us. They've already had the Champions Dinner with no Tiger Woods because he's trying to nurse back to health after that Achilles injury. It was so weird that you can be in your 50s and still be considered someone who they're reporting on every year about them being in the tournament. But Tiger will be Tiger and is exempt and can be at every single major tournament for the rest of his life. Pretty awesome for him. We'll break down who is the favorite to win that thing tomorrow morning before they actually tee it off, because even though you can bet on the stuff live, you can get the locked-in odds before the first tee of the day. And finally, Trailblazers Jazz tonight. This one's on the road in Utah, and the computer model loves the Blazers here. It is a little sketchy. Danny Advi is a game-time decision, and so is Anthony Simons. But these last couple games are kind of a reader of what we're going to do moving forward, who's going to stay, who's going to go. Joe Cronin, the general manager of the Blazers, has been given a contract extension, so the fire sale is not happening in the front office as they are going to continue the build. 6 o'clock tonight, favored by 6.5, Rip City Radio, 6:20 a.m. Go Blazers. There's your sports.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, we got Beef Water in here. We got to talk about our steak cook-off competition coming up Friday called Beat My Meat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not all of our meat is getting beat. It's just Drew and Beef Water.
Just a universal beating.
Yeah. They're going to find out who can cook the best tomahawk steak. We'll talk to them coming up next. And we got to put some people on the guest list. If you want to come down and watch that, we'll do that right after Billy Idol. Happy Wednesday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on 105.9 The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
So we want to know, what did you use for toilet paper when you realized you didn't actually have any toilet paper? You sat down, you did your business, you wrecked the bathroom, and now you are stuck. What, did you use your sock? Or a lot of people are saying they use socks and underwear. That's like the big thing. I think I would use my undershirt because I always wear an undershirt. And I think I would just take my main shirt off, rip up my, it's either a white or black undershirt, and then just use that. Make
Even
little
if
tiny
you-
rags out of it.
Yeah, even if you just started with the sleeves and worked your way to center, depends on how much of a tummy ache you got. You know,
Right.
fifth time out, you'll be glad you saved a little shirt.
We got a talkback message through our iHeartRadio app.
Morning, Brew Crew. So, walking home from school in Albuquerque, had to go, couldn't walk another foot. Ended up having to go under a bridge and then use a crusty old dried up newspaper that had been probably soaked at some point.
Oh, no.
Not pleasant. All right.
Oh my God, the head down Charlie Brown walk that he did after that had to be on another level.
On a camping trip once, I used a pine cone.
I've heard that pine cones
Yeah.
are actually not bad.
When you use, when you got to go the right direction,
Right,
or it's
yeah,
a
yeah,
nightmare.
yeah.
But
So I wiped exclusively with pine cones for 2 weeks on outward bound of things. So yeah, soft, and like Tanner said, go with the grain. They'll bring you home all day long.
How are you not just raw?
Well,
2 weeks of that?
Well, so basically what you do is you don't get, when you think pine cone or, you know, any sort of cone that comes out of a tree, not the hard bristly one that you'd buy at the holidays. It's more, it looks like a torpedo.
Okay, I
and
gotcha.
they're wettish. You know,
so did you crumple up a bunch, or you just use one?
One at a time, and you just
Really?
walk it back.
Oh,
and you
jeez.
walk it back, and then you huck them in the forest.
Yeah,
It's
I
in
can
a
see,
pinch.
because they're kind of soft, and I could see those working.
When you're out of that thing, it's like they always say, like, try to get a leaf, but you need a leaf with ridges or with some sort of. But
the pine cone I used was one of those hard ones.
Oh, go
You
get it.
just went the right direction. It still wasn't great.
I mean, well, there's some that would send you to a hospital, so you just got to find one that's right for you.
Beefwater, what have you used in a pinch?
I have never been in a bind that hard.
Ever? You're in your 40
no,
whatever
like,
years?
I'm one of those guys. I can hold it for a week if I have.
Oh,
Wow.
no, that's not good for you.
Yeah, I've gone a whole road trip and not gone to the bathroom. Like I don't enjoy going in public places.
Right.
But at your age, I mean,
Sometimes
I
it's
feel
not
like
about enjoyment.
listen.
It's
in the 20s or whatever
I'll
that was
suffer.
easy. But now you're
You'd
a
rather
leaky
suffer
sprocket.
and like sweat.
Yeah,
than
like
actually.
unless it was gonna go down no matter what.
But you never used a sock, or
No, but if I was in that position, I'd probably just use my underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the most coverage.
Sure.
It's going to give you more than a sock would.
Right.
And I could get by without them for the rest of the day.
This text comes to us from 6081. It says, Dan here, big fan. I've had to use newspapers, the empty roll from the toilet paper, and notebook paper as toilet paper.
I feel like you could crumple all of those things up just like the
phone book, yeah.
pages and make it a bit
It's
softer.
not as good. I've used notebook paper before. It's not nearly as good as the phone book sheet.
You use the wide rule, not the college.
The crumbling up first was a great tip. I didn't take that into consideration.
Yeah, that's the way it gives it like some friction and grab the debris.
It needs some grabability.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You can't have a
It's
snow
like-
cat without a sharp edge.
Yeah, we just textured it real quick. All right, okay.
3095 says, when I'm out in the woods and have no mountain money, I use my sleeves unless it's a nice shirt or it's already been donated. After that, it leaves to After that, it turns into a belly shirt. It's a last, and the last ditch effort is the sock.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, because if you're out in the woods, you probably have a high sock.
Yeah.
So you could probably cut the top half of the sock off.
I think the moral of the story here is if you're going out in the woods, wear layers, right? Like, make sure you've got something on under whatever you're wearing.
I feel like a sock would be last resort because when your socks are compromised or when your feet are compromised, it's just so uncomfortable.
It's miserable.
Plus 10 sheets of toilet paper in your right front pocket, you're not even going to notice it. Put it in there.
This text comes to us from 1912. It says, I've also used paper towels at home or napkins when we run out of toilet paper, sometimes even baby wipes, which I know aren't good for the toilet. This one says, I remember just 3 months ago I had to use a toilet seat protector, just like you, Laura, and a substitute of toilet paper, or for a substitute. So she's right with you, Laura.
Good, okay.
Which also, tip of the cap, great solution. I thought, all right, that's thinking also.
Well, I mean, you're just looking around, looking for possible.
But like one little tiny roll is not going to get you a lot of. I mean, you're not going to get everything.
But then
It's
I heard
better than nothing.
And then I heard you mention that there was a neighbor next door, and like that whole thing just gives me anxiety.
Right.
Like, I don't want to be sitting next to somebody else doing the same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, the
simultaneously.
way I've thought of it is that they're probably in a more dire situation than I was at the time, judging by the noises that were coming from the stall. So
this text says, my brother gave him poison oak to wipe his butt back in the 70s.
Or
probably
That's
not.
cool.
Probably not on purpose.
Oh, no.
You know that back to that paper towel thing for 1 second. Everyone knows not to put baby wipes down. Paper towels will destroy your world. And Tanner, I've told you this before, but I used to live across the street from Autzen Stadium, and I was having a pre-funk party for a Duck game, and a buddy came through. There was no toilet paper in the bathroom, so he grabbed some paper towels off of the washing machine and did his business. He destroyed the party. Like, the entire thing was clogged and unfixable.
Not even
paper
close to the
towels are
same
not
thing.
even in a ballpark of toilet
Not
paper.
the same thing. The breakdown's not the same. Absolutely not.
You get all Bounty.
Yeah.
Oh my
Boom.
God, yeah.
Let's
or
go
Brawny,
to-
whatever they call it.
Is
Brawny.
this Christian?
No,
Hello,
it's
can you hear me?
Who is it? Tony?
This is Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah, this is Tony.
Hey.
At my age, I don't leave home without a roll of toilet paper in my vehicle.
Really?
That's a good plan.
Just in case. Just in case I have to have an emergency, I've got something to clean myself with.
You need some like fiber or something.
So how old will I be, Tony, when I finally bite the bullet and throw that in the glove box?
I'm 63.
Okay, so who knows if I'm completely incontinent at that point? I can't judge Tony.
It's not a bad idea.
No, I'm not completely incontinent. I just know that sometimes nature calls and you could be in the middle of nowhere.
Always be ready.
Yeah, it's true. Thanks for the call, brother. We appreciate it. All right, coming up on Friday, I'm excited for our first ever Beat My Meat competition. Casey and Drew are going head to head to see who can cook the best tomahawk steak. And I mean, it's going down, man. These two are, it's starting to get a little testy, right?
Yeah, I think once everyone found out that there was going to be a food critic involved, the participants got a little
And we're gonna-
more serious about the competition.
And we will talk to that food critic. Her name is Andrea Damewood. She's from the Portland Mercury. We're going to talk to her in like an hour. But yeah, it's going down Friday. I know Drew did not appreciate your comment yesterday.
Yeah, he got a little hot, and I didn't mean for it.
When
to
you
be that
said
way.
when you said to Drew, well, there's one guy who's cooked hundreds of pounds of meat, and then there's Drew.
I mean, technically thousands, but hey, we can go back to hundreds.
Yeah, I'm sure you've been on the scale, making sure that's in the thousands.
Yeah, Drew didn't appreciate that comment. He even brought it up on the Donkey Show
Yeah,
podcast.
I want to tell you, speaking of appreciating and not appreciating, I don't appreciate you guys continuing these conversations when I'm not in the room to defend myself.
Well, we have
So
a
I
large
tried to get
show.
you in here. I
had
was offered
I had
to you.
delivery bird court coming into my office yesterday going, they're still going on about it in the podcast.
Well, you tell old Narky McNarkerson to stay out of your office.
Well, all of y'all, it ends when I leave the room. We'll circle back when we're all together. I don't need a bunch of back end conversation.
Okay, but-
We appreciate your
you
opinion on
shifting
it.
back and forth.
All right.
To be fair, though, Tanner and I did have a brief conversation about
course you
Drew.
did. You all did.
No, about Drew while he was out of the room yesterday on the air.
And nobody flipped
So,
out.
Yeah, keep your head.
Yeah, and you know that the door's always open. If you want to be in here, you can be in here.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
All right.
Well,
Well,
so
then that's
that's
on
on
you.
you.
Sounds like a you
So I don't know what to tell you.
100%.
But yesterday we did kind of realize that Casey is confident enough, and he thinks he's going to win.
He finally admitted yesterday.
Yeah.
I never said I thought I was going to win.
Yes, when
Shoulders
you're
back, you're
when
blind with lust.
When that mystery source called in, you said, you're like, well, yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to do pretty well.
Oh, that's different than saying I think I'm going to win.
It's implied that you said you're going to win.
Well, implications are one thing, saying it's another. I've purposely never said I'm going to win because there is the reality that I may not, and then I got to go back. Do you think Drew's going to not say something? Should he win? Yes, exactly.
Well, I mean, you both are going to be saying
I'm just
something
saying
if you
I would
win.
have to hear about it. So there's only so
You're-
much you're
you're
going to
still
say
gonna have to hear about it.
in the front because you know it's coming back. So I'm trying to ride the middle here.
So today is a very important day, though, because beyond the critic, which is also very important, Casey and I have to take a long, quiet car ride today together to pick the meat at
Are you sure
Gartner's.
you should be together? You should drive separately. I think.
Yeah, we might have to do that, as long as we meet each other at the market. But this is so important to me, at least, and I'm guessing to him because I don't have a visual on what 3 pounds of a tomahawk looks like right now. I mean, I have a general idea, but you don't normally you don't cook a cut that big. So I'm excited to see the marbling and the size.
And I got to say, that's
beauty.
the only thing that makes me nervous for you is that you haven't done a tomahawk in a while. And you haven't cooked on a charcoal grill in 10 years. That's like my only concern. Other than that, I think you're pretty good at what you do.
It's like riding a bike. He's going to have no problem.
Yeah, but then there's everyone who has eaten your steaks, Casey, say Casey's a pro. He's been paid for this. He's a professional chef.
Look,
and they're all in his family, but they have been saying that.
That isn't true. There are plenty of people that I don't even know have called in and saying they think that I'm gonna whip you hard. But my point is I've spent a lot of time doing it. I enjoy it. It is a hobby of mine. So yeah, am I the best in the nation? Absolutely not. There's plenty of people that do it way better than I do. But in my neighborhood, probably pretty good. You know what I mean? Like
he takes it seriously, and all jokes aside, I take it very seriously too. I want to satisfy the people who eat with me. It's like an old animal instinct, right? Like it's if I feed you, I want you to be hungry for more. And I'm just hoping it's a little bit better than beef water.
The reality
steak.
is,
that's all.
We're cut from the same cloth. We do the same thing. We have the same, like our love language is the same thing. And we love to feed people. We love to cook for people. And we enjoy when people tell us what we cooked for them.
Yo,
was good.
I'm not here to hear about love languages.
Laura,
I
the
want
guys were
blood.
talking.
I want blood.
Yeah,
there will be blood. Don't you worry. This thing will go. This is going to go full tilt.
All right, good.
It's happening Friday morning. Tanner, Drew, and Laura's first ever Beat My Meat competition. One person will win a brand spanking new charcoal grill thanks to Goldberg Jones, Divorce for Men. The other will go home with no manhood.
Lettuce
and no grill.
No grill, no
I've
manhood.
I've already separated a spot for it. It's going to be weird to
Oh
put
my
everything back.
Have you really?
No.
That's pretty cocky.
I'd like to, though.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. So you guys are going to Gartner's today.
We are.
To get the steaks.
Yeah.
And to me, this place is the Mecca. Like, I'm so glad it's here because
And-
Gartner's is the best butcher shop.
And thanks to Jerry from Gartner's for supplying the meats for us. We
He's
appreciate
waiting
that.
for us. He's waiting for us to get there.
Yep.
He
All
said he was
right.
getting up extra early. He was just going to hang out and sip coffee and wait till he saw us.
Just hang some beef and wait.
Excited.
So, all right. Well, then you too. I mean, I wonder do you think they're going to talk to each other afterwards, Laura?
Yes, I'm sure. Oh,
Of course not. He says.
yes, they will.
What kind of question is that? Jeez.
Although I do
The fact that you even have to bring
anticipate
that up.
that on Friday it's going to be all business. Like I don't think there's going to be much conversation happening on Friday morning.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think afterwards, whoever loses is going to be bummed, and the other one's going to be trying to pull them out of it, and it's just going to be not
Nah,
happening.
It's just going
I'm
to be
showing
rubbing
up
salt in the wound.
to have a good time and hear Drew snivel a little bit, and it'll be fun.
All right. It's happening Friday. It's all going to start at 6 a.m., and we'll talk to Andrea Damewood from the Portland Mercury, who's a food critic and will be a part of our judging panel, coming up at 9:30.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, beat our meat, or my meat, whatever it is.
All of
the
it.
cook-off is on Friday.
Yeah.
And if you want to be here to see it, taste the meat, eat some donuts, some coffee, hang out with the show for a little bit, let's put some people on the guest list right now because it's invite only for Friday morning.
That's right.
All right, 866-445-1059 is the phone number. And we'll put you on the list for Friday's party. We're excited because we're going to find out who is the better chef, the better cook, and the better man.
And who's going to walk off the roof, one or the other.
Oh.
It's all sponsored by Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Check them out at 1-800-DIVORCE.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. I have a cover song here to play for you.
Okay, what do you got?
Okay.
From Corey Taylor of Slipknot.
Yeah.
He was in Tampa performing, and he actually did an acoustic cover of Chapel Roan's Pink Pony Club.
Pink Pony Club.
I'm gonna keep on dancing at the...
It's a great song.
I
I don't
know
know.
that one.
I
like that song.
I like it too, but I'm afraid I won't like it after I hear Corey Taylor's version.
Okay.
Of it.
Well, you haven't heard it yet. Just
Okay,
give it a
all
second.
right, all
Here it is.
right.
Here it is.
Pink Pony Club.
I like that. I thought it was pretty good.
Not bad. I
like
mean,
it.
I always kind of think about like how does it compare to the original? I
I
take
feel
it or
like-
leave it.
I feel like he could use a little more passion.
You think not enough passion
The,
there?
the OG is much better.
Less Camel Lights.
Yeah.
I actually thought it was pretty good. So we'll put the link up if you want to watch it for yourself at 1059thebrew.com. Coming up in a few minutes, we're going to talk to Andrea Damewood. She is a food critic from the Portland Mercury who is actually going to be one of our judges for Beat My Meat Friday morning.
Yeah.
When Drew and Casey are going to see who can cook the best tomahawk steak. We'll talk to her in 30 minutes or so and just get her thoughts, what she's looking for. I think that's probably good to know before you go into the
I
show.
would like to know.
So that's coming up in a little bit. We're also going to check your talkback messages. So if you have something to say to the show, download our iHeartRadio app, press the microphone button, record something. It's 1059 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
It's Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
That's fine. We were working on a top
We're working
secret.
on a project.
Working on a top secret project over here.
We actually are, and it's going to be on our Instagram.
So I guess what's going viral right now is people are making these little, in ChatGPT, they're making these little action figures of themselves.
Yeah.
And I've already seen it this morning. Scrolling through Instagram and Facebook, I've already seen a lot of people sharing their action figures. So if you go, that's what we're doing right now. We're going to ChatGPT to see what Tanner, Drew, and Laura look like as action figures.
And I gotta say,
we're gonna put it on the internet.
Pretty damn cute.
Well, and it's like all these things. You want to get in on the first day because by Friday you're going to kill somebody.
Oh, yeah, it's about everyone's doing it. You're so sick of it.
Them. Yeah.
Oh, so
but right now it's still fresh, so it's going to be cool.
So it'll be online here in just a few minutes at 1059thebrew.com. Just click on Tanner, Drew, and Laura. If you got something to say to the show, download our iHeartRadio app because we're going to play those talkback messages back here in a little bit. It's free for your cell phone. Once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button to record something. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
That we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. So a list has come out of the top casual dating chain restaurants.
Okay.
All right.
So like if you want to take your wife out somewhere or your new boo, I guess this is just like the casual places.
All right.
Yeah, because if you want to go bougie, you're going to blow a couple $100s.
So the chain that has taken the title from Olive Garden, which has held that since 2018.
Whoa.
Which doesn't surprise me. I mean, all the way back to Homecoming. Everybody, date night, cheap,
Dude,
Olive Garden.
I went to Olive Garden for homecoming dinner.
Definitely.
For sure. Yeah. It looks like the Texas Roadhouse is number one on the list.
And I don't think we have those here. Do we?
Well, they have them in south of here in Eugene. They built one at a mall. So I think it's slowly drifting.
Yeah.
To me, it's just cooler lighting at the same old thing.
Yeah, the one thing that I love, honestly, I'm a big fan of the Texas Roadhouse, if I'm being honest. It's better than better than Outback, in my opinion. But even when this is how much I love the Texas Roadhouse. Even when I wasn't eating meat, I would still go to Texas Roadhouse and get a side salad and just sides and eat the rolls because they have this cinnamon butter that's really delicious. And I would just sit at the bar and drink a margarita and eat like my sides and salad and my rolls.
The Outback Steakhouse, though, and I don't know about you, Tanner, that was always a place it wasn't like bougie. It wasn't like a ringside steakhouse.
No, but I'm addicted to their bread.
But you could make, I mean, and maybe I was just poor, but I feel like you could make your date feel good at an Outback without absolutely destroying your bank account.
Right.
Last year, Texas Roadhouse enjoyed a 14.7% increase in sales, bringing in $5.5 billion from their 664 locations.
Damn.
Dang.
They also opened 26 new locations in 2014, so maybe we'll get to Texas Roadhouse here soon in Portland.
That'd be nice.
But Olive Garden did come in second. So
they're still up there.
I haven't been to an Olive Garden in years. I can't tell you the last time I went to an Olive Garden.
When you eat there, you're full for a month.
Yeah.
They give you so much food. It takes me like 2 days
and
to eat it.
And it's so rich, too.
Yeah.
It's a counterproductive thing, though, if you're a long-term couple and you're not going to go home and do it or whatever, that's one thing. But if you go to OG...
Can't do it, honey, I'm too bloated.
If you go to OG, one or both of you is not able to perform.
Oh,
just
for
the
sure.
side ache that comes with the amount of pasta you got to put
Baby, your
back.
lips taste like breadsticks.
Yeah, and that's a turn
Yeah, but I
on.
mean, that is delicious. Buttery goodness.
Secondhand breadsticks is not.
not the best.
Not
yeah.
as good.
But there it is. So, if you were looking for some ideas.
So, yeah, I wish we had Chili's. I'd be taking Amy out for some Crispers, if you know what I mean.
Chili's had a great menu.
Great fajitas.
It's too big of a menu.
You worked there. You're
I know,
jaded.
I know, it's true, but it was not a great experience.
It's like, my wife worked at Applebee's. She's not allowed to, have a real opinion because she's been behind the wall.
No, because there are restaurants that I've worked at. Like, I've worked at Jimmy John's. I worked at Longhorn Steakhouse. I'll still go to those places.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not going to Chili's, though. You can count me out.
You don't have one here, so you're
thank
all
God.
right.
Yeah, what happened to I remember, the owner got in trouble for embezzlement or something like this. I remember the guy got in trouble and they had to shut them all down.
I mean, he's lost it's been 10 to 15 years that he's lost the license. Somebody else could buy it.
Yeah. Why would we not have a Chili's?
I mean, and the building is still across the freeway here taunting us. The ghosts of the crisper.
I also read that Chili's is having this big resurgence right now. People love Chili's.
By the way, Oregon's the only state in the U.S. without a Chili's restaurant.
Oh,
and they
just
ran the baby back.
They still run them.
They
I
ran
still
the
see the
teas for
commercials. I still see Chili's commercials in here in Portland.
Man, just hook it up. Just give us a Chili's.
They've been closed since 2015, so 10 years now.
Yeah, build a new one and keep it roach free. Just do me a solid. And
Well,
then
now
maybe,
you're asking.
Then
now
maybe
you're
I'll
asking a
go.
lot.
Then maybe I'll go.
Now you're asking a lot.
Now you're throwing a ton of shade and asking a ton.
All right, we're commercial free. Send us a talkback message through our iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone today. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. So are you okay with your doctor smoking weed?
Yes.
Would you be fine if your doctor on his off time just smoked up a couple blunts now and then or hit his bong?
Yeah, why not?
100%.
As long as he's not stoned while he's in the office with me.
A new survey found that most Americans feel that same way. It looks like patients are largely comfortable with their doctors using marijuana outside of work, according to this study. As a matter of fact, 56% of people say they're okay with it.
I think we're in a place where we kind of pulled back the curtain. Like, at least here in the great Pacific Northwest, we realize that you're not the devil if you smoke pot, and you're not going to be impaired tomorrow.
Yeah.
You went to bed. You probably went to bed earlier than you would have.
Now, I don't know that any of my doctors smoke. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them does.
They probably wouldn't tell you just because
I don't think they're going to tell me, yeah.
But also, if you
I've had doctors tell me, I don't care about pot.
Mm-hmm.
I've had doctors tell me that.
Also, if you think about alcohol, like I'm sure your doctor drinks alcohol, or maybe they do. And I'm sure, if that's the case, they've come to work a little bit hungover before.
Definitely.
So
having 2 whiskeys is going to impair you tomorrow more than weed.
Yeah, so what's the difference?
Like, now, what if your doctor came in high as balls? Hey, Laura, nice to see you.
I'd be like, bruh, hook me up.
You want a Rice Krispie treat?
Yeah.
I might still be down.
You might be okay with that?
I mean, God, if he's doing his job right.
Yeah, listen, if you're one of those people who can only function on pot and you're my doctor, like, smoke it up, dude.
I mean, I see some of the most talented people in the world get high all day. They're not high. They're just had a little bit of pot.
But
For
also,
me, it just depends on how you handle it.
Along those same lines, though, if you can't function without being stoned, I don't think I want you as my doctor.
Well, it might be their coffee or whatever. And not all, when you're thinking of being stoned, Laura, that's like on the borderline of like hallucinating.
Right, yeah.
Other people are like, okay, well, that just feels like I have a soft buzz. So it's hard to put everyone in the same boat on that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. To each their own. If you don't want them stoned, that's your right.
Yeah, and also they're probably not going to tell you. That's going to be their little secret.
It's everyone's little dirty secret.
Is there drug testing in the medical field? There's got to be, right?
I feel like they're above that.
You think so?
No, they've got to do something, right?
Totally joking.
Like, they've got to do some sort of, I would imagine there's some sort of testing for doctors.
Yeah, and if they find out, like somebody says you're impaired, they probably test you immediately.
Yeah, right. Like, I think my doctor was high or something. They're going to test you.
Like, because if you're doing surgery, you probably shouldn't be in your bake plays.
Overall, about 25% of people strongly or somewhat disagree with doctors smoking weed outside of work. They don't like it. So, it's a small portion. Listen, if you're getting your job done and you're my doctor and you're not like baked out of your mind at work, I don't care. Why would I care?
And there are full states that don't even want to legalize it and just think it's that and cocaine are about the same thing. So
welcome to Texas.
Yeah, it's not everybody's got their head wrapped around it yet.
Right. More on that story online now at 1059thebrew.com. Happy Wednesday. We're going to talk to Andrea Damewood from the Portland Mercury here in minutes on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, coming up next week, the Cash Squatch is back. You chance to win $1,000 every single hour starting at 6 a.m. Monday morning. So start thinking about what you're going to buy me with that cash.
Oh, wow.
I could really use some stuff at the house.
One of those nice restaurants we were talking about earlier would be nice.
Yeah.
You, me, Olive Garden.
That sounds great.
Unlimited salad and breadsticks for us.
So, yeah, man.
Get that money.
Get that cash starting Monday morning every single hour. All right, starting at 6 a.m.
That's right.
Coming up next, hopefully Andrea Damewood from the Portland Mercury is going to be on the phone. She's going to be one of our judges at our Beat My Meat competition Friday, where Casey and Drew are cooking steaks to see who is the better man.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully she'll be on the phone here right after Papa Roach. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes.
Who's it going to be? Who's going to be the better man come Friday morning? Is it going to be Drew, my good buddy of almost 23 years?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be Beefwater, my good friend of like 3 years? Who I love both these guys very much.
I think that all comes into play, though. Years are important and should be mentioned.
So you're saying that I should definitely just be on your side.
I think whether it's conscious or not, your tongue will come my way.
Okay. That sounded weird if you take it out of context, but I get it.
Yeah, save that forever and use it when I'm gone.
Beefwater,
yo,
you're 2 days away from the big cook-off. Before we get Andrea Damewood on the phone, are there any concerns? Are you nervous?
No, at this point, I'm just ready to do it.
You're just ready to get
like,
over it.
I've been training for this fight for weeks now, and I'm just ready to tussle.
So we've been talking a lot about are you nervous, but is there excitement, I hope, that goes along with this? No?
Well, I think it's funny because I asked, and Beefwater's been very gracious and he has some extra tools that you use with a charcoal barbecue that he's offered me up. But when I asked him, I was like, so what's the deal with briquettes? He's a little touch and go on sharing with me exactly what kind of briquette, how to go about choosing your briquette.
Because the grill is going to be the exact same, but all that stuff.
Briquettes could be different.
All that stuff's what you want.
You are welcome to anything that I have. I only said that for the sake of if you had a specific charcoal in mind that you like to use or you're comfortable with, I would roll with that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, listen, on the phone right now, her name is Andrea Damewood from the Portland Mercury. She's an actual food critic. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for coming on the show and lowering yourself to our level. We appreciate it.
Someone who actually knows what they're talking about in this category.
Yeah. Now, Andrea, you just literally wrote an article about steakhouses for the Portland Mercury. I'm looking at it right now. Portland steakhouses. What's the secret?
Mm-hmm. And it's about the old dogs, the old school steakhouses, which makes me excited.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, the steakhouses that have lasted the longest in Portland are these really old ones, and they're some of the oldest restaurants in the city. It just shows how much people, for all of our, we love vegan and all that stuff in Portland, we're low-key out there eating steak.
Yeah, we love our meats.
That's right.
Now, is that because? Do you think that's because they're like the name recognition's there, or is their food just that good?
I think it's really consistent. It's name recognition and it's also tradition. You're going there for your anniversaries, your birthdays. You know what you're going to get. It's going to be a real good steak, some real good onion rings if you're at certain places like Ringside.
Yeah.
And just really good celebration.
I've got a buddy who he lives in Utah. Him and his wife fly to Portland and stay downtown on their anniversary every year and go to Ringside because that's the thing.
Wait, is that the one that caught fire recently?
Yeah, it did have a fire.
So it's shut down for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's too bad.
And hopefully that'll bounce back soon.
All right, so Andrea, the plan is Friday morning is you're gonna taste the meats without knowing which steak it belongs to, right?
A blind taste test.
You're not gonna know if it's Drew's or Casey's, and then you're gonna have to decide because we don't want to, muddy the waters.
And you also have the luxury of not really knowing either of them. So
that's not true. We're going to dinner tonight.
Yeah,
okay.
I wrote her name. I wrote her a direct message, told her all about myself.
I
sent her pictures of my kids.
Now, they're going to be cooking 3-pound tomahawk steaks. The grill is going to be the same.
My gosh.
The steaks are going to be the same.
She's even intimidated.
Why do you think that's a bad idea?
Well, I mean, it's actually hard to just straight up grill a tomahawk steak. Usually you're doing a lot of reverse searing, throwing it in the oven. I'll be really curious and excited to see how they pull it off.
Yeah, so they're going to start at like 6 a.m. because I don't know how long it's going to take to cook a 3-pound tomahawk steak.
I'm a little in the dark on that. I mean, we will have thermometers in the meat, so it's going to be kind of a little bit of a roll of the dice. I'm not sure even on that time. I just have to get to a certain temp, flip it, hit a certain temp.
Beef, will we be ready by 8?
Yes, I think it's Drew's will be about an hour. I'm taking mine to maximum well.
Right, he's gonna, as they say, hockey puck.
Yeah, if it doesn't taste like
I should have mine done around 11:30.
Now, I was thinking about asking Andrea how she likes her steaks, but I don't think we should ask her that because that's going to throw you guys off.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't think we should ask, like, how do you like it? Do you like yours medium or what spices? I don't think we should ask her any of that stuff.
No, I don't think so. We just keep it on the down low.
Well, that is actually something we haven't really discussed. Is there a target doneness that we're both going to turn in the same?
I think you turn in whatever you think is the best steak. The only problem is that is a couple of wild cards. If we pick a person who likes well done steak, I'm going to lose.
But I can't imagine anyone on the panel, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like I can't see either of you going much beyond medium rare.
Medium rare is the hunt.
Yeah,
it is the reason that steak is supreme.
Mm-hmm.
I like it juicy like that.
Yeah, and you got to have all the elements. You got to have a little of this, a little of that. But I'm gonna whether she says it one way or another, the meat's gonna go the way I think it's best, or I'll lose sleep over it.
Let me ask you this, Andrea. So Casey Beefwater Bay is an experienced chef, experienced cook. He's cooked on charcoal grills his whole life. That's what he loves. Drew has not cooked on a charcoal grill in 10 years.
But I have cooked a tomahawk.
He has cooked a tomahawk. Casey, on the other hand, has not cooked a tomahawk, but has cooked on a charcoal grill for his whole life. Does that sway you a certain way? Do you think one person has the advantage?
I think that's a pretty interesting split. I mean, the tomahawk being the size that it is, I think having cooked that before is, and knowing the variables is really good. But I also think that charcoal can be tough to keep temp on and keep an eye on. So I think it makes it an even split. And I just also wanted to say, if anybody on the panel likes well-done steak, they shouldn't be on the panel.
That's right.
I like
just
her.
Special spot in my heart now.
There's a reason she's a food critic.
Yeah, I like the outside edges to be a little burnt, but the middle, it needs to be juicy.
Because if she went to all the classic restaurants, I figured she was in that range. Because if she went to all the classic restaurants and then berated them for not cooking it into a shoe, that wouldn't work out. So she knows what's up.
Well, I have been practicing with steaks exclusively from Dollar Tree. And
Great. I hear
feel
they're
like if I
great
can
cuts
make
of
one of
meat
those, I can make anything.
It's kind of like running in a weighted vest when you get that Gartner's meat, because that is where we're going to be going to a premium butcher, Gartner's today, and we're going to pick out the tomahawks.
Andrea, how long have you personally been a food critic?
12 years now.
Nice.
Wow.
God, what a great gig. You just eat food and write about it. That sounds pretty fun.
I'm not mad about it. It's not a full-time job, but it's a great side hustle.
Do you feel slighted by the movie Ratatouille?
No.
Fair enough.
And also, do you ever feel bad
Just
when you have to give
for the
like
red.
a scathing review? Like, have you ever written a review that was just like absolutely under no circumstance should you visit this establishment?
Yeah, good question.
Not quite that bad, but I did write a review, and and the restaurant closed like within the week that my review came out. It was to death now.
Yeah.
Do you think that was the reason? Or like maybe just was the straw that broke the camel's
It
back?
couldn't have been.
The weight of her pen.
I mean, that's as close as you can
They
get to
kind
murdering
of said
somebody
that the
without
review
murdering somebody.
confirmed what they were already thinking.
Yeah, it was on its way out the door.
Oh.
You just pushed it out the final inch.
Have you ever gotten like a heated letter from the chef or the owner? Like, hey, you're talking trash about my place or my food.
I had one chef freak out in the comment section because I said his hummus was too expensive.
Knock it.
You have no idea. I have these chickpeas imported from Argentina every day.
How much should normal hummus cost?
That's who even knows anymore?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to dodge the question, but
3 years ago, the
what
hummus
does
was a hell of a
banana cost?
deal.
$10.
Yeah, today everything's more expensive.
A little
it sounds
bit more.
Like, so. All right, well, Friday morning, it's all happening. Tanner, Drew, and Laura's first ever Beat My Meat competition. They're going to find out who is the better chef and the better man.
Well, here's to hoping.
The winner will get a brand new charcoal grill. Thanks.
A Weber charcoal grill.
Brand new Weber charcoal grill thanks to Goldberg Jones. 1-800-DIVORCE. So, and Colin's going to be one of the judges too, so we appreciate him. Andrea, I'm so grateful to have you on board because you're the thing that we needed. You were the key that we had all the other judges, like we needed a food critic.
You're the missing puzzle piece.
And if you get that check that I mailed you, if you could just not cash that till Friday.
You want to confirm a victory.
That would be
first.
sweet.
I'll send you my Venmo.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, we will see you on Friday, and you can read all of her reviews. PortlandMercury.com's the website. Andrea Damewood, just type that in, and you'll find all her stuff. Thanks so much for coming on, and we'll see you on Friday.
Thanks.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Now, what's trending?
So Kevin Bacon was on the Drew Barrymore show the other day, talking about why he's not a fan of Footloose at weddings.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Now, it's because when he's at a wedding and they play Footloose, he says, like, you know, he feels like the obligation to perform.
Sure.
Which says to me that he's done it before. Like, he's
So-
been to a wedding and then, you know, just broke out into that dance.
Well, and I'm
So
sure
is
people are
he-
like, come on, Kevin.
Yeah. Does he hate it at everyone's wedding or just ones he attends?
I think it sounds like the ones he attends.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, here's Kevin Bacon on Footloose being played at weddings.
This is so many times. It starts out cool, and then, you know, the drinking starts, and at about 10 o'clock, the DJ plays that song. People kind of form a circle around me and start clapping like I'm like a trained monkey.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, and expect me to, you know, do a thing. And my feeling is, I'm not the focus here. Like the you know, it's got to be about those two people. So that's why I tend to not want to hear it at a wedding.
You know, that is
I
very
get it.
sweet. Yeah, he doesn't want to take attention off the bride and groom.
And also, you just like, you don't want to just dance and perform like you're some, you know, monkey.
Fair enough.
In front of people. And I that makes perfect sense to me. Even though I definitely, if I'm at a wedding and he doesn't perform, I'm pissed.
You're Kevin Bacon, though. So you can just go up to the DJ and be like, here's $500. You forgot Footloose at home today, right?
He didn't make it here.
Kevin Bacon is talking about meeting his wife for the first time on the Drew Barrymore show.
In between the matinee and the evening performance, she saw the matinee. I was buying a sandwich in the deli around the corner, and this 12-year-old girl came up and said, "Hi, I liked you in the play." And according to her, I said, "Thanks, sweetie." You know, kind of, you know, misogynistic. And she tells a story that when we first met doing Lemon Sky, she said, "You know, we met in the Village after that play that time. Do you remember that?" And I went, "Yeah, I do remember that." And she went, "Really?" And I went, "No." So she did not like me. It was not love at first sight.
Well, that
Wait,
sometimes
she was
sounds like a
12
weird
when they
rom-com
met?
in itself. You know what I mean? Like
that
you
what-
get off
did
on
I
the
miss
wrong
that?
foot.
I didn't hear that part.
Well, and yeah, she was a little girl and she walked up to him after a play. They weren't dating.
No, I know. But what's the age difference between the
kinda
two
weird.
of them? I mean, I guess it makes sense. But, like, I didn't realize they were that far apart in age. And maybe he was, like, 20 or something. So it's, like, not that
Yeah, I
big.
guess it's not when you're older. It's not
Yeah,
a
and
big deal, but
and obviously they
it just
were
is
not,
weird.
they weren't
Like,
dating
yeah,
at the time.
I met my wife when she was 12, and
Yeah,
I was
that does-
I was a
it
clear
does
adult.
sound weird.
It just sounds a little odd.
He's 7 years older than she is. So
Okay,
he's
so he was-
66 and she's 59
Okay,
now.
that's not-
My mom and her husband are 7 years apart.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, my wife and I are 4 years apart. It's not such
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
such
it's
a
not big.
stretch.
It's not a big deal.
I just for when we heard the 12, it was just kind
Yeah,
of
I didn't know how old he
threw
was
me
at
off.
the time.
And it's funny because, you know, where I started in radio, my wife grew up there and I didn't know her and she was in high school, and thank God I didn't. You know, it's like you don't want to know them until they're an adult if you're going to marry them.
Right.
All right, that does it for us. We will see you tomorrow. Actually, let's put a few more people on our guest list if you want to come down here Friday to see Beat My Meat. If you want to see Drew and Casey go head-to-head, find out who can cook the better tomahawk steak, we'll put callers 1 through 5 on there right now. 866-445-1059.
Yeah.
All right.
This is it. Final countdown.
Yeah, you guys are going to Gartner's today to get the meat.
After our meeting.
Yeah, we're going to do a
All right.
podcast, we're going to a meeting, and then we're going to get that meat.
All right, our Donkey Show podcast is coming up next. You'll be able to hear it online at around 11 a.m. 1059thebrew.com is the website. Courtson next. We will see you tomorrow. Happy Wednesday. It's Portland's Rock Station. 1059 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is